Noon gamers, welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney number 2. We are on the third trial here, and we got to a breaking point last time. Yeah, and well, quite a few things happened last time. Actually, no, last time was the shorter stream. The one before that, things happened. But yeah, so we're in the middle of a trial. There's a lot that's going on. We're trying to figure out, if our scientist boy is truly the perpetrator of this crime. Obviously, he's not. Somebody got stabbed in his machine, and then the machine technically worked, which is theoretically impossible to work. So we gotta establish what the frick is going on here. So, I had to bring out a frick for that. Is that crazy? And Mr. Sholmes might be an evil, Mastermind Reaper. Hopefully that's not true. But, yeah, so, let's get into it, shall we? Oh, here he is.
Mr. Naruhodo! What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start!
Sorry about that.
But you promised me! You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder! You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me!
Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. Undermine you? No. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
But if I run through some equations... Yeah, you see, it's because my work is incomplete.
Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just a scientist, but as a human being. I would be better off as a turtle in some 2000s platformer.
That might be a little over the top.
And while we're on the subject, what about Barrick? He's being awful.
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore.
Well, that's cleared up. Hi, Big Boss. Can I double-check something with you?
Yes, what is it?
The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved?
I drew the plans for the machine from my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it.
All right. I understand.
Counsel, defendant! The prosecution's witnesses are here to take the stand. Court's about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please. Get the fuck in there! Stop blabbing about! Get in!
Okay, we're coming. By the way, in between the croc in this stream, I got lunch, and I also got me an energy drink, so now I might be a little hyper. I had to stomach that croc stream without any caffeine, and now I'm going ham. I'm enjoying this watermelon kiwi fruit drink with 0 sugar, even. It's been a long time since I've had this flavor. They've even changed the can design. If the professor's hypothesis is as sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? That your client is innocent, and anything surrounding that does not matter. You should kick ass, take names, chew bubblegum, and chew ass, and take bubblegum and give names. And let's go. Get back in there. We haven't done a summation examination yet, so I'm guessing this witness is probably gonna throw us into that.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Antics, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable.
Perfect. A detective of all people.
The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And so, consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed the act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now.
I hope our scientist friend's not gonna have a crash out of Larry proportions, you know? Because when we debunked this whole time travel thing, he went on a whole tirade.
On a whole tirade.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally.
Okay. Who is it? Oh. Oh? Oh, it is Gina. I thought it would be Gina. Who the fuck are these two? Is that little kid the Reaper? He's got a mask. That's suspicious.
Witnesses, state your name and occupation for the court to hear.
My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impersio of all hot air balloons in the vicinity of the Esperimento stage.
My name is Wilhelm Gosrick Sigismund Ornstein. I've come to see Great Exhibition all the way from my homeland of Bohemia.
Oh shit, they just had a little transaction right there. He gave him a gold doubloon for a balloon.
I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition and I got up to in one of them balloons. It was amazing.
Gina, again. I feel like my Gina voice is off. I can't remember.
Now oh.
Oh yeah, it's closer to that. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon, actually, didn't she? She clearly loved every minute of it. I love her. She's so cute. She's so adorable. She's such a little gremlin.
There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage where the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, saw events unfold from the sky above.
You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya?
60 feet, about 18 meters then. I wonder when Britain switched to the modern metric system. It seems like, if this game's accurate, Japan's been on the modern metric system for a whole 100 years already. Based. Correct, Japan. Very correct. But Britain's still using, you know, diarrhea as their metrics.
Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony to the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage.
Okie dokie.
It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. Naruto, what are you fucking doing? And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
Didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
A most extraordinary collective account, I must say.
Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions.
More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Yes.
Oh, I love the demonstration music. Sorry.
When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the area nearby at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear.
Kablam!
Then as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. And the so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage. In a moment...
Alright, can I just... The cage got propelled upward. The explosion propelled it, right? There's no teleportation. The cage got exploded, and then that propelled it into the tower, like, you know, like a missile. There was no teleportation. I'm seeing through this already. I mean, it's so obvious. You know, an explosion, a cage with a man in. I mean, physics, generally. I'm gonna pog so hard if it's actually real teleportation. Like, there ain't no way. Ain't no way, man. Spirit tuning's one thing, but teleportation, I mean, that's a direct angle, like, yeah, I mean, that's exactly where it would have went.
The second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witness. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet into the crystal tower.
I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I did not want to miss sing, so I kept my eyes wide open.
Does he have a bandage on his head? Oh, yeah. I didn't really notice that at first. It's so bright. It's like the same color as his skin.
I still have lots of money.
Okay. Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of a Bohemian royalty. Apparently he disguises himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition.
I mean, Bohemia is fine. They could have done, like, Kirin, or... What was the fake country in Investigations? They could have made him from there, too. Those countries have kind of just disappeared. Maybe they didn't exist yet. Maybe those countries are yet to even exist in the Ace Attorney lore in the world. I don't know.
Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
You bought Nicolas Cage for DBD? Does he have a Nicolas Cage skin? Because otherwise I'm not buying.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony.
Do we really need that? True. True. So true. So true, Naruhodo.
When I remove my mask, this is what I look like.
Oh, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. I don't really care very much, but okay, cool. Cool beans. The kids say that's still cool beans.
Gorgon drip. Yeah, that sounds pickle-like, pickle adjacent.
Yeah, everybody says so.
So he's from Bohemia. Is Bohemia a real country? Sorry, I'm very not adept in the world. I think it is. Is it near Germany? Because he's very much written with a German accent. Yeah, no, Bohemia, that's gotta be real. I've heard that before. Yeah. It's real. Is it near, Germany? The Czech Republic. Czechia. Bohemianism. Huh. Great disguise, then. Wow, Ace Attorney is teaching me better than school ever did. Wowee. I'm learning so many things. Honestly, though, Ace Attorney has taught me a lot of words. I don't know if any of them have stuck, but they've definitely introduced me to a lot of words that I've never heard of before.
The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord. This little baby.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand.
Si, all of 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, senor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride.
£10? That's more than my annual stipend.
£20 a month. That is my pocket money.
Royals have all the luck.
I got up here for free, I did. Play the old I work for Her Majesty's Police card, you know.
Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons?
Because if I have too many in the skies, they would crash into each other.
The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area.
See, and the zone above the public's experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other peserios hate me.
Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident?
Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air?
Yep, and it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a law's a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together.
Aw, cute. Cute. You know me so well. Cute. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything! We saw everything because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. Ah, that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared just like that.
Are you describing the moment of the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe?
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in my ear. Looked around and there was another huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before.
Sounds playful. Get this kid out of here. This freak. Master Gotts, what's your memory of the day? Does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use your full name.
Yes, what was it again?
Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein.
Just the 4 names, then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps?
Oh, got it right, Oh. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment?
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah, there was a second explosion. It was right beside our balloon, that is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I said, innit? 1 minute there was nothing there, and then there was a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that even when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you'll have the most awful life imaginable.
Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? How many balloons do you want?
Just before the second explosion happened next to the balloon, I clearly was witnessed. A green balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon?
Hey, you what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did, I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it is a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the blatant royalty card, are ya? Typical.
Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. A bit harsh to bring in the orphan part. God. Could have just said Her Majesty's special, like, inspector or something, you know? He didn't have to bring her orphanism into it, you know? It's kind of fucked up, Naruto.
In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. I am proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring.
I don't think it's the questions making you boring. I think you'd be bored.
Ugh, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Rocoso, it is very wrong to lie.
Lie?
Flying balloons never explode for the same reason that planets never explode. It is logical. I don't know how to do... He's clearly, like, Spanish, but I don't know how to do that. I can fix it. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
Matai!
I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them.
I like how his hat is a balloon, too. It's very cool. I love that design. Imagine how hot the top of his head is, because he's got a flame right there.
Here you are, your highness.
If only all international incidents were so easily resolved.
Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we should return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment the cage materialized, Mr. Loon?
What was his full name again? Obviously, Loon, Balloon, I get it. Is his first name Ba? I have Balthazar Loon. Balloon. What was the kid's name? Well, is the kid's name got a pun, or is it just like supposed to be outrageously long? A Bohemian Boy doesn't even show his full name. That's awesome. Bohemian Boy. They were like, yeah, we're not typing all that out again. We already had to type it like 4 times for the dialogue. Bohemian Boy. It's based. It's funny because I'm guessing this is Naruto's, you know, recollection, so it would make sense.
No, I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
A green balloon.
Objection!
Oh, man. Well, we have a green little patchwork that is definitely from a balloon.
Objection!
No. That's clearly from the balloon. Maybe I have to examine it. I might... let's just finish the pressing, just in case, but we did unlock that one, so... Did you see that actually happen?
And no, in reality, I did not. I saw it after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion from the stage. I ran to see what happened.
Oh!
I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed.
I suppose they are his livelihood.
But when I looked up in the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it, though. I saw it slam into the tower after all. I'm a detective now.
And tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade.
That's what I like to hear.
I love her. She's so cute. She's so fun.
Hold it!
I'm glad they brought her back. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
Hey, use your head, Odo. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, wasn't I?
Right.
Is it because I weren't available? It was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing!
Poor Inspector Gregson.
Anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke.
Ugh.
I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out me wits.
Keep it together, Inspector. I guess if I can prove it's not a balloon. Bum, 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 bum. It's quite clearly from something. Is there any green here? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Hold it!
And then this is the one that got transformed into the balloon thing. Uh-huh. was the green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Green balloon, huh? Oh, this one?
Objection!
There we go. It's like, what one goes against the balloons? There we go. There we go. Sneaky, sneaky. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged.
See, that is correct. If they had been caught up in the explosions, it could have been terrible.
I wonder if you might know what this is.
I think it might be, see, a part of a balloon, a burnt piece of fabric of the envelope.
Sorry, the envelope?
Pardon, that is large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from a very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want to rip it when you're in the sky.
Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, the green balloon did indeed explode that day.
Yeah.
If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence.
Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Yeah, why didn't he say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent a whole 10 pounds for the experience? How awful. Seems to be like these things cash 50% of the time anyway. Oh, crash.
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently possible. Unfortunate traffic accident, as it were. But it changes nothing about the pertinent facts.
This I cannot accept.
Why not, Mr. Loon?
You're suggesting that I'm a liar.
I don't know what to do for you. What is your accent? I don't know.
Are you suggesting I'm a liar?
There you go. That's his voice now. I don't even give a fuck.
That person's died in the balloon incident.
There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day.
That's right. I can prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible.
You're saying it's impossible? Why?
This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon.
I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition.
Grazie, my lord. Grazie. 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 As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe.
I was gonna say, that's not how you spell catastrophe, is it? Is it with a PH?
You can't get away from the fact that a burnt old piece of cloth went out of the scene, can you? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some of the debris flown from the explosion on the stage.
Stupid wreck is always mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Is that right? Is that right?
So your assertion is that the balloon the child saw was not the one belonging to you?
Si, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It's very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia.
If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war, all out war.
Yeah, but no problem, you know. Making a little trade. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here.
If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend.
The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Okie dokie. Mr. Loon's balloons. Do we have any proof that his balloons are not all zigzag stripes? Oh yeah, right here. Boom, right there. On the newspaper.
Objection!
What? There's no zigzags! There's no zigzags on the balloon on the newspaper! There was no zigzags on the balloon. Hey, examine it. Hey, look. Every article on the front page is about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive about the hopeful. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. Okay. Nothing about the balloon that obviously contradicts the testimony. Sure, yeah, okay, buddy.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe?
Senor, I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons! Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive?
I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. Would appear no mistake has been made then.
Surely Mr. Lestrade should have been sent for such a menial task.
What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd go himself that case.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky?
Are you an idiota?
Sorry?
That is like asking, why does candle burn bright?
It burns bright because it burns bright! And a balloon flies because it flies, what else?
That must be Italian for, I don't know. Okay, is he Italian? Is he Spanish? Is he French? He said non earlier. Is he actually Italian? Because that would be way easier for me. I've had 8 years of listening to Mario. I can at least make a very faint. Alright, because of what Mr. Naruhodo said, I'm gonna make him Italian now. You can't stop me. Mr. Naruhodo said it. He said it himself, so, that's what he is now.
There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work with the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Well, so this other balloon should have been a gas balloon then, because it would have exploded. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using gas that is lighter than air.
See, and my balloons are filled with magic gas, I believe.
Well, okay, if your balloons are filled with the magic gas, then your balloons are the ones that explode.
Hydrogen. Sorry. Lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord!
I do not permit the smoking of cigarettes on any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like a fire.
Even though your hat is on fire? You know, for your hot air balloon?
Even a small spark of electricity could cause an entire balloon to explode.
Pretty sure gas balloons have been like, I don't know if they've been outlawed, but I don't think they make them anymore. They only do hot air balloons.
What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, eh? Explosion, eh? I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof.
Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded?
Hold it!
I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues?
Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always works out better diving into people's pockets instead.
So much for the new career path.
Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on.
Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence.
Sure. Listen to yes, you stumbled across a bit of a balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world.
Pardon?
Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Not this one. I could arrest you with it if I have to.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we all had about the investigation.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there?
Yeah, some of the calves what was watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh?
I hadn't even considered that.
Seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from the balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions.
Not me wiping on his fish and chips, eh?
The man's sole pleasure.
None of this matters. That balloon of the envelope, it means nothing. Niente. The stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Oh, whoops. I didn't press that.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong?
See, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse.
And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene. And it's unmistakably from a balloon.
Well, I do not know how that it can be.
For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question.
Why not?
There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate as I'm sure you would agree. You believe it may have been from an earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition?
See, exactamente, as the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little Ragozo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me, could you stop making a big hassle? Can we get this kid out of here?
It's Master Wilhelm Gottsrich.
Sorry, my fucking... Hold on.
It's Master Wilhelm Gottsrich Sigismund Ormstein.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much about a language as you like. It changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragozo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh?
Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man, a photograph, for instance, is some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph right here.
Good gracious! What?
Fucking updated autopsy report looking ass.
I'd not been up in the balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hotel cellar, the balloon.
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Really? You did take one.
But all I wanted was to ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph?
Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I'm not lying. That I really did see a green balloon.
Green balloon with nobody in it.
Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of this stupid person who made the camera.
With the fucking dots or the A's. There's one very bohemian sounding cry.
Very well, the court will accept this photograph into evidence. Please just shut the fuck up. Please stop talking.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was a very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred.
Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give a flying fig.
Careful. Lovely language you've picked up.
I could not give a flying fuck.
Yeah, well, I already know the objection. He says that his balloons were filled with people that day. And there's clearly no person in that balloon.
It is empty, as they say.
Look, there's our little scientist right there. Hello, guy.
Objection!
Objection!
Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else. Something crucially important.
What?
It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers.
Oh, my goodness, you're right. I didn't even look at that. I just saw the balloon and was like, oh, that's a balloon. And I was like, well, cool. I guess that means everything's hunky-dory. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise.
You see, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with the passengers.
Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon.
I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Oh shit, his balloon's going haywire. It's going crazy.
Objection! There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity and presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing.
See the competition, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went around on the stage.
His fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below.
Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come to the stage at all. It was Bitsy the balloon raining down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention.
Mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection! This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case.
Clearly.
Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
Nobody seems very convinced. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. Are they made up? I don't know. Somebody's eating corn. Another guy's reading a newspaper. One guy's sleeping. What else in this photograph can tell us? What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? Well, there's gotta be more.
Objection!
Objection! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from the Master Gots may well be hiding one more vital clue.
What's that?
A vital clue!
Objection! We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. Tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove?
Well, let's take a peek. Is that a ray of light that's happening? Like something's clearly shooting up to the balloon, right? Or is that just a random beam of light? I don't know. I don't know. Is it some type of beam? From below the smonk? That's the only other thing I can really see here. There's a guy running in the background with a lady in a purse, but I don't know if that's important. Unrelated. Cause. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right. It was not my fault.
Evidently, because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened.
What? Would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph to the court.
Uh-oh. I gotta point it out! If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have.
The crossbow?
But I thought the crossbow was gonna be used to shoot the guy in the chest with the screwdriver. Not destroy the balloon. Is, this?
Take that!
Hey! I'm right. It wasn't just a stray light beam. The timing of this photograph can be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly to the balloon.
Most likely a ray of light, caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort.
If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Is that true? Are you jostling my jimmies? You're jostling my jimmies, dude. It does not change how it looks at all. Come on, that would have been so cool if you actually, like, saw it with the magnifying glass. It looks exactly identical. I mean, it does look sharp, but you can see that without even the magnifying glass.
Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh, golly. Do you think it might be lightning?
God, tie your clothes up, woman. You're in court, milady. You can't have those dogs out. Can't have those dogs hanging out.
But it could have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire, inside with the balloon. Like an arrow! Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting that this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how exactly that did happen.
What evidence? If such evidence exists, Counsel, for goodness sake, present it, man!
Okay.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have easily been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then the explosion of the balloon, it was...
Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow, igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No. Order! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. Of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge, of course.
That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently.
Well, yeah. If someone had a gun off, shot a gun off at the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic.
But with the explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no?
I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued...
Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what?
My goodness me!
Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel?
There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. It was in the balloon? Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. What? It was a magic trick! On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode, drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
This... I... Good grief!
Good grief.
Objection! This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's a child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic.
Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
And in that case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage at the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
Well,
If I may put it in a word as a man of magic myself.
that's why we have a fucking magic man here. He's here to explain the trick. Wow. It all comes together.
Such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Juror number 3.
All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on the stage to front the show as a body double.
Yeah, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
Wait, is this a Reaper case? This is actually the Reaper. The Reaper did this. Obviously not Van Zeeks, but the Reaper clearly set this up. Oh my god. Because he was the guy that was in the... Oh, shit. Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit. Maybe he was already dead. Maybe they stabbed him way earlier.
The balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio.
Juror number 4.
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered.
The mixture ratio.
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render the whole obscene charade impossible.
So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all a part of the elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Well, goodness me.
And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter, but Van Zeeks can't credibly maintain that that Professor Hairbrain's a suspect now. Yeah, it's gonna be Hairbrain fucking trying to debunk our shit because we're shitting all over his experiment.
Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Professor?
But you can stop now. You just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain?
I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Oda Yasmin. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver.
What? What are you doing? Order! Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about?
It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, yeah, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. Well, that would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove—
Barak!
Yes?
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure that the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protects my creation.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Hester, my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act and that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, Counsel, what is the Rangers' official position on this matter?
What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on the stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request to keep him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind?
Nani? Mr. Naruhodo!
There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. It's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? Defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Ooh, the cognitive trick. We gotta get to the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry. Ugh. No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I just can't let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato-san! But what are you... Hiya! God! Fuck! Ah! Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months! Ah! There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Is she actually here? Well, my back feels like she's really here because it's been cracked in several different vertebrae. Which is working out not what I have to give up, not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrain.
Yes?
Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too.
Yes, of course.
And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now.
So you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Barbaric!
Lord Von Zeeks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. Hey guys, I'm here now. It's chill, right?
Cool. She's just here.
In truth, there's one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon. You fucking what?
Professor! Did the man have the distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and wider than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too, a monocle, rather stylish, a black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man, you see. I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
Oh yeah, who would have fucking guessed it was him? Not me instantly. At the start of the case.
What?
He built the machine?
Oh, that's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of, Enoch Drebber.
Enoch? Brother? Does his name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either.
Who on earth is he?
I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of the nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experiments of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
Shit. Is this gonna lead into day 2 investigation? Because I'm fairly sure we're gonna have 2 days here.
So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion?
Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Trevor's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. 5-day case when?
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, Everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my life would be all over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built? And the true nature of Mr. Drebber?
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asmund and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Poor Albert.
When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Aw, poor little fella.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
I was gonna say, pretty awkward.
But fear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now.
Ah, yes, here we are. Oh, we didn't even have a summation examination, right? Huh? Wait, did we? No, I don't think we did. Maybe we did last time and I just forgot. I forgot. Not one this time, at least.
My lord, the court has been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man if possible. I shall like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Yippee! Let's get investigating! What is this? Ace Attorney Investigations 3? Mr. Naruhodo edition?
Also, we gotta, now we get to have a reunion with Susato-san. That's awesome. I can't wait. I thought she was not gonna come into the next trial, and then she's just here. Like fucking Mia talking to us through the, through the aether. Investigations -1. It's not how sequels and prequels work. I wish that's how prequels worked. It's like, like FNAF 2. It's just FNAF -1. That should be how it works.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
I'm so sorry! I was wrong! You were right! I tricked you! You trusted me! I dragged you into my mess! Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry!
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really conducting?
Naturally! The lab machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it!
Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
Alright, now we get to address this. Where did you come from?
I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo.
Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I arrived.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Bruno, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work?
I was surprised, all right. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Ow.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
Whoa, Susato, whoa. Rein it in, Susato-san, whoa. My god. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Like a hug, or a handshake, or a fist bump.
Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't. Enoch Drebber is a reference to the first Sherlock story where he's the first murder victim? Oh, okay.
Oh,
Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you. Back in London.
oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue being of service to you.
Of course. So what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all the conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! Oh, I can't wait!
The gang's back together. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm pregnant.
What? You what?
Ba 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 ba.
Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. It's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return. I wanted everything to be as you left it. Oh, by the way, has anybody aged up yet? Or is it still the same? No, it's still the same. But it has been some 6 months, it's true.
So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father?
Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago. That's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying you'd fallen ill from a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you.
What theories do you have on who, how, and why this happened? Of what? Susato coming back or the trial we're doing at the moment? Trial? Okay. So, I think that this happened because of the Reaper. The Reaper wanted to get that, that little stinky little villain dead. And so I don't know if he is Enoch Drebber or Enoch Drebber is just in on it. I'm not sure. But it seems like he got tipped over to kill him for the Reaper, or in conjunction with the Reaper. I don't know. But I think that's my general consensus of why that happened, because he was on trial with Van Zeeks a couple days ago. So, I think that's the why, but how, I think, I don't know. Maybe something went sour with Drebber and his relationship during, like, the process. I don't know. But they obviously tampered with the machine, and he made it so that it would, you know, seem as though it actually worked, implicating that the professor was the one who killed him.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta turn my lights on. And I'm still hoping that Sholmes is not, you know, the Reaper in disguise in that little cloak of his. Like, I swear, if that's real, that was like the craziest like bit of inspiration that just fucking hit me out of nowhere. Just like, that kind of looked like Mr. Sholmes. Wait a minute.
Wait a moment. Wait a moment.
That was all a trick. My father's in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic... Oh, that's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris.
You must tell us everything that's happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who? Kazuma.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
Oh my god, we got so much. We got so much to look at.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Great Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh, yeah. For the murder of Giselle Brett.
You dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Bruno?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. Oh, I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter that it was something to do with the convict salute we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Who would that be, then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Ah, Susie!
It's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Are we gonna find out how she knew about it, then? Lord Strongheart's mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku, I forgot about Goku, have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten.
I mean, you don't generally learn the name of your judge. I mean, we still don't even know the name of our judge in the modern time. He's just judge.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, Man, I can't speak English today. Maybe we should just swap to Japanese. Oh, well, anyway, as my father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to let me go.
Epic. Yeah, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system?
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
That policing, academy, it won't have a certain, mascot, will it? Of a badger variety that perhaps may be blue? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a speech about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on, so I didn't really listen to much of it.
How trying for you.
Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
She was a spy. Didn't exist? But how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. She was a front.
Front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin.
Mission. A woman with a mission.
Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman possibly have been up to?
I'm afraid I don't really know. The only thing we can be sure of...
Do I remember that name? Mission? No? Mishima from Persona 5 Royal? That little fucking nerd that I'd like to shove in a locker? I don't remember anybody called Mission. Did she get added back to the thing? Oh no, she didn't.
Is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remains unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
Aishin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Okay. I don't remember that name at all! Nothing rings a bell! Miss A. Shin? Brain it up. Oh, there's too much Ace Attorney in my head. I don't fucking know. Where's Mo the Clown when you need him? Hey kids, it's me, Mo the Clown. What about Kazuma?
After my friend Ray's trial, The reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
Oh, it was one of the 4 names on the government list. Wow, that did not make an impression on me. All I remember is that Cosmo's name was on there. Aw, how was I supposed to remember that?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England. That he died on that steamship. And that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in a prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
Well, if Miss A. Shin was doing something specific, and Cosmo was doing something specific, something crazy is going on here. Something wacky is going on in Britain. What did you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been?
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived.
Is Kazuma not dead all along? It was a stage, it was a front, he's not dead. He pretended. Of course, falling onto a bed doesn't kill a man. He's evil. No, not my gay boyfriend. No. That's not correct. No, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Please, my hypothesis has to be incorrect. It's like a Marvel movie. If there's no body, they'll just come back anyway. Who cares if the Hulk dies? He'll return 2 issues later.
It just disappeared.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Unless somebody's using it for nefarious means. That means Kazuma's a little, I don't know.
Kazuma's body vanished?
Is Kazuma the Reaper? I can't be. He was in Japan for half the time we knew him.
Our government tried to cover up the fact now. It seems they erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
What was the name of this chapter again? I don't know! Oh wait! The Return of the Great Departed Soul! Ah! Oh no. Oh god, what's gonna happen tomorrow in court? I don't even want to know. I just don't believe it. What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden?
No! It can't be! Sly, you gotta get out of there! Sly, it's a trap! You gotta press the circle button to piss your pants!
That's a throwback. You won't know that reference unless you watch the first Sly Cooper playthrough. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burya were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo! It's too much to bear!
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility... I'm gonna have an aneurysm, Mr. Naruhodo. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he?
Yeah, but I think he's in on it. I don't know what's happening. I'm out of the controls. I'm out of the steering wheel. I don't have any of the clues.
This is like trying to put a puzzle board together, but you're missing half of the pieces.
And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
You're right.
This is definitely a body. He's clearly alive, but man, I'm just thinking about sushi. Man, I really would like some sushi all of a sudden. I don't. Yes. Anyway, he's dead. Yes. Sushi.
I would love to believe he just got distracted completely, and there's no ulterior motives or anything going on. He was just thinking about sushi. He was just hungry. So if Cosma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Shom had lied to us.
But there's no reason why he possibly would have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yeah.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again.
It turned out not to be true. Right.
I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Man, I'm being thrown for a loop. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. I'm freaking out over here. About this paper, Miss Susato.
Ah, yes, it's all about the Great Exhibition. Oh, I've been dreaming about it, you know?
I'm sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. Do you have a redeem to eat an American Hershey bar? No, I don't think I'll have that, actually. I'm not gonna add that. I think I'm good. I'm good on that front.
Not even a Hershey kiss.
So I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway.
Weak. Alright, fine. We'll make the most expensive coin redeem you can have is to make me eat a Hershey bar. Okay, what's the face reveal? 10 million? Alright. For 1 billion points, I will eat a Hershey bar live on stream. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought, then.
Once we've helped Professor Harebrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zieks, as well.
Your luck might not stretch that far. I don't know. He could be kind of like an Edgeworth guy, you know. He might come around. Has to be an American one, though. No bullshit European ones. But then I'm gonna have to import it straight from America. Like, I think our Hershey's are actually different recipe. It's, like, more up to our standards, but it still does not taste good. It still definitely has that kind of a vomit flavor that I've heard so much about. You know, definitely would prefer, like, a Cadbury or a Whittaker's or, you know, something along those lines. Hell, even, like, peanut M&M's. I prefer. God forbid, regular M&M's. I don't know who eats that shit. It's like, objectively the worst M&M is the original one. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom. And maybe blow my nose a couple times. But we will continue. I'm not yet done. If the chocolate doesn't fight back, then what's the point? Well, the point is that the chocolate's so velvety, it lays you down in a bed and, you know, caresses you gently. Not that it kicks you in the nuts and calls you a mean slur. You know, I don't exactly want that from my chocolate. I get enough of that when I eat all my spicy little meals.
my little ghost pepper sauce. Where's my BRB? I can't find it. There it is. Keep scrolling past it.
All right, I'll be right back, you guys. Don't go nowhere. We're gonna keep going for another like hour and a half. So, hey, we'll be back. Maybe even longer than that. I don't know. I'll be RB. Yo, I'm back. Sorry that took a little while. I had a, I guess a gross warning, but it really struck me by surprise. I had a really sharp shit. It really hurt. I fucking hate when you get a sharp dookie. It's the worst. It's like shitting out a knife. But yeah, sorry. Gross out warning. My apologies for not providing you with the utmost highest regard of humor. But it's not humor. It's gross to me too. Hold on. Before we get into it, I just need to check something. Again, I haven't been paid yet. I'm looking for that sweet, sweet paycheck. The Switch 2 GameCube controller goes on pre-order tomorrow. And I mean, I kind of want it. You know, the rumor that it didn't work with Switch 2 games got debunked, so... You know, I kind of want it, but at the same time, it's like, oh, I don't really need it. But, like, it would be cool. Maybe I should just wait. Because it'll still be available once the Switch 2 comes out. Okay. Let's go, Susado. Let's have our little, Monoe. I think I have to present you stuff, unless I have to look around their office. I can't go anywhere. Okay, nothing. Okay. How about Andrew? Okay. How about Crossbow? Ah.
This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it?
Yes, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon.
I'm quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know.
No, really?
If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm quite confident I could hit it from about 50 meters away.
Quite confident, you say. Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? Alright. Nothing new. Okay. Maybe look at the tea? The new special blend?
You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see.
It goes wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs, so it's not like we have to worry about paying for gas.
It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life or death.
Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life or death, too, if you ask me.
Oh well. Perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later.
Oh. Hi.
It must be about a year now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I call it the Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Yep.
And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know of it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain Monday, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh!
Let's go! How do you know? Give us the rundown.
I'm only sorry I've had to keep you waiting for so long.
Oh, shit.
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning my father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles."
What?
My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing? Mamma mia! God, I can't leave you for 1 second.
For father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it. And certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand?
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits.
She just randomly blurted it out.
When I returned to Japan, I asked father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that my father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I'd expected nothing less.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Yeah, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yeah. You must know the truth behind this case, so I agree that we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she's thinking of? We don't really have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But do let me know how you get on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. All right, let's go. Our partner is back, and we're ready. Nothing here. Oh. Hello. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Ah, the young champion of the court. You have some success this morning, I understand. Have you thrown the entire government into disarray as a result?
Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
Satire has been demonstrated at London's great exhibition.
Well, yeah, but it's not his... Ow! It wasn't his experiment from the sounds of it. It was more the trick by the, engineer. But I guess we gotta prove that, huh? I pinched myself in my glasses.
The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zieks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special suspension that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled today. What Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it?
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you.
Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner.
Ah, Courtney Scythe. I remember her well. A very unfortunate last name. But I guess it is for a coroner, so.
She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Right.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Alright. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I created the forensic investigation team a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, but to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. Once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer greatly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world's ever known, to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she'll run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikatoba,
Oh, yes, my lord?
your father shall be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikatoba, I mean.
It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikatoba very well. He has a very funny accent. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikitoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on any part in your way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikitoba studied forensics at one of London's largest hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens.
All the players.
Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly, but I've no doubt they knew of each other superficially. Superfish. After all, Dr. Mikatoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? It's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? And away from his daughter that was just born? It's kind of weird.
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps Father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time.
I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Clint von Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Barrack had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrack von Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word!
So Lord Von Zeeks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special suspension legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too! That's pretty cool! That's pretty sweet!
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand?
Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mr. Not Evil at all, not in the slightest. Check in on our... Oh no, he's going a little cuckoo crazy. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm gonna need some water for this one.
Hey, buddy, are you okay? If the square root of 9 is 4, then that means this is the root of the evil, and then you carry the 3, and then you invent the window, and then you want to evolve the wheel, then, S under F, but not equal to C. Inverted A, I, C, H, equals S.
What's he doing?
Oh my, the wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, and who is this young lady?
My name is Susato Mikatoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning.
Oh no! The whole thing is a miserable affair. It all happened because I've been in such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Harebrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, oh, you mean a ladder? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck with the idea, you see. I simply had to write it down. Oh, well, the wall was all I had to hand.
Oh, is it something new, some sort of new hypothesis? Something to surpass the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually. This is my autobiography.
Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. I was diddled, fiddled, and made a fool. I found I could represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm gonna have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis, you see. So it's gonna be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing.
Well, you can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asmund, and by that aloof engineer, Drebber.
God, I love doing this guy's voice. I love Bentley. It's not even a good Bentley impression, but I just love doing it anyway. We're not gonna have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Well, here we go.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmund, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There really was no other way.
No, that's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something.
No, I actually realized something in court. You didn't. You just stole my line. That was word for word my line.
Oh.
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrack did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Barrack wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would have believed my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrack, well, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis complete and utter nonsense.
In that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a worse fate than death for me. But Barrack insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But the extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
What about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Well, it's not his fault.
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yeah.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, so empathetic. Or, emphatic, I mean.
But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
as the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It's a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money! We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
Yes, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asmund's no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler?
Well, that was about a year ago when Mr. Asmund first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
No, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of... he was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. And there's no more clues you can give us about his whereabouts?
I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my machine.
Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to get there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, as in, I'm sure you're not gonna want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop's at all. I'm so sorry!
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you. I wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Oh, perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and just use this instead.
What do you think, Miss Usato? You the machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example. The man was clearly very cautious.
The man...
Aha! Yes, I do. He did. He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Take a look.
Let me see that.
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No, well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Engineer, huh? What's this? This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Yeah, possibly. Professor Harebrained mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was especially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain here in Britain.
Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's a tiny amount here.
Presented with that oil?
Nothing to say about the thing you literally just gave us? Okay. Okay, well, time to move. Yeah, let's keep moving along. Moving right along. Oh, puppy! What puppy dog? Oh, so cute! Ah!
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
Feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds at this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling that you lot would show your marks before long.
Oh. Oh, Inspector Gregson. By the sound of your voice, I thought you were Gina. See you're hard at work, as usual.
Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met.
What's with all the ceremony? We saw each other just in court this morning.
Not you, you dunce. A gentlewoman at your loyally at your side.
Oh, why thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we're hoping to investigate the crime scene a little more.
Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina.
She seems to be busy playing with a puppy.
Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina! She's a police officer now?
Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no, really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along.
Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
To France?
I'll be working in the Paris police prefecture. She'll be right up my alley.
But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's why the adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what'll become of her?
I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
I gotta keep that Jarvin diva safe and sound. Until this is all over, at least.
Oh, you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to the capable Detective Diva here.
Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. Coincidentally, where the Cy Cooper games take place. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
Oh, look at him! Is he great? Toby's his name. Oh, I love him.
He's so adorable.
Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
See, Susato-san knows. Yeah, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Toby the dog! I don't care about anything else. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Don't call him a little mutt.
Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Odo.
Slight reaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how I put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Get it? Like a bone, because he's a doggy.
Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now.
I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as a part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't.
That's nothing compared to this little fella, Oo.
Really?
According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
Oh, yes he could, couldn't you, you little bastard? Ah!
To the other side of the world, you mean? He can swim?
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin.
I just can't believe this little dog is has such an incredible skill.
I mean, dogs swimming?
I'm telling you, Oo, there's gonna be more dogs doing their bit of the policing in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down on the East End the other day. Somebody just chucked him out on the street.
Well, there you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
Oh, Toby, the dog. I'm gonna call him Bodacious T. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, right. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes, Toby.
Audacious T!
Mr. Naruhodo, did you just make the dog talk?
No!
My name's Audacious T, don't call me Toby.
Naruhodo, okay. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Shall we? You can't go up there, Suze. Oh! It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it, the Special
Suspension for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one! That's why only them not are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you were thinking of?
Oh yeah, that's the one, yeah. But isn't the case that the special suspension has been lifted? I think so. Oh, I don't really get it, but to be truthful with you, you're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Oh yeah, that's the one, yeah. Apparently he's watching the time or something. He's always watching. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go see him, he waited for 3 hours in the Cub's office and came back snivelling.
Tragic.
Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah?
Honestly.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then, into the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina.
Well, hold on, we're not done yet.
It was great, weren't it? Oh, I had a right laugh. It was new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get it at the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy Professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Yeah, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
This is the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cover, ain't he? Ain't time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer, what's his name again?
Mr. Drebber?
Oh, yeah, that's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be.
He's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
So Scotland Yard was trying to track down Mr. Eric Drebber. I wonder if they had any luck.
He's really funny looking, got 2 eyes what don't match. Saw a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry, who?
Oh, you know, that scowling reaper what was always lugging down grasses of that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Von Zeeks. He's always had it in for me, that cov. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
You'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than the detective's trainee? Well, the way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally bad off with both.
Suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Did Ryunosuke just call him a demigod? Glad we found that. We put that one to bed. Naruhodo, your penis is showing. Where?
Anyway, the point is everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to get on, so they're stuck.
Nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all.
What about the smell? What about the smell?
Oh, here we are.
Oh my, so this is the machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yeah, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of this whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You never see this grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look, is that...
Lord Von Zeeks? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato?
Already?
Well, he is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. Distance? Come on, Ryunosuke, you don't really believe that.
But we have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? You mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have the entire center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Alright. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world, a winner 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zeeks? What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs.
Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, so you can't do nothing about it. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
Well, you've disturbed me.
Wait! I was gonna say that whether he said it or not! Oh my god.
Never mind. State your business, then.
Come to think of it, there were quite a few things I'd like to ask Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
So, Clint was the name of your elder brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks.
You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Hey, he's just standing there looking and the music's playing to him. Like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Ah! Well, alright. It is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks name. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
A professor? The professor, you mean? Is something funny?
It's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry?
There's more to it, then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next?
So tell me, what's your interest in this historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn.
Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
Particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean...
Yeah, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet. Interesting.
You know, it's not like he's white as a sheet
All the time, especially since he has a white sheet right under his head. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
Well, you've been very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate any more clues you could give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. And take the responsibility out of my hands. Phew! Whew!
Fine. Why not? We need to find him after all. I have a photographic print of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago.
Oh dear.
Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
I don't know, because you're a bitch. You're a prissy big bitch. What is it about Lord Von Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. He's just doing his fucking job, dude. Is that so hard to understand? Yeah, he can't talk to the defense. That's like a classic rule. And if they need to find somebody that would benefit both sides, of course he would cooperate. Bro's just a good prosecutor. His pragmatism rules over his petty racism. Yeah. Ah! Hello, Mr. Definitely not Mr. Sholmes. 100% not him. Definitely not Mr. Sholmes at all. Not at all. Not in the slightest. It couldn't be him by any measure of the imagination. I don't know why I'm even saying that. Hi! How's it going?
Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
Yo, was that fucking Mr. Sholmes in that gown? What was he doing?
Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
Oh, it was Cosmo all along? Well, I'm glad it wasn't Sholmes. Cosmo wanted to be a prosecutor all along. What? I think I was still over my Sholmes thing. Well, I'm glad.
Kazuma?
I don't believe it.
Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Whoa, wait! Too late.
What's going on here?
Okay, cool. That is so... That was very unplanned. That was very unplanned. That I gave, like, you know, the depressed Edgeworth voice to Von Zeeks, and then the regular Edgeworth voice to Kazuma, and then he's alive, and the apprentice to... Okay. How did this happen?
What's your interest in my apprentice, exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well,
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
but he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
Oh! But is that really true? Is it fake amnesia? Come on, amnesia, really? You're gonna pull the amnesia card? He lost his memories when he hit the bedside table? Okay, alright.
He has amnesia.
Yeah! I'm sure I could show him a thing or two that would remind him of his old Kazuma self. You know, the old Naruhodo special. A glug glug glug, you ever heard of the eggplant technique, Von Zeeks? Yeah, well, let's just say Kazuma has.
Tomorrow he'll appear in court at my side.
Wow, cool. We're gonna be apprentice via apprentice? Well, not particularly, but like 2 on each side. That's very cool. That's very rare. Has that even happened at all? With a sidekick on both sides? What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us?
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. She called out Kazuma-sama. God damn. Yeah, no, I didn't... Okay, alright. Okay, well, I'm glad it's not Sholmes. I want Sholmes to be as, like, innocent as possible of any wrongdoings. He's such a sweet boy. I don't want anything to be put onto him. He's my big, lovely fucking man-child. I love him. I don't want anything bad to happen to him. Okay? I know he's hiding stuff. No, not even once. Well, well, we didn't even know Kazuma was alive until after the trial. I had no clue he was gonna come back. I thought he was just dead for good. I thought it was a Mia thing. Oh, next you're gonna tell me Mia's alive and Mace Attorney 7. Okay, how did we summon her spirit then? Anyway, yeah, no, I had no idea from before. My only guess was Sholmes. Because, you know, I was under the impression Kazuma was dead, and I was still... I could have put it together after that, but still, didn't really seep in that he could have been alive. You know, it just got, like, practically revealed, pretty much. The possibility was just made aware to me, so I had no idea.
Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn my heels and go straight home via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no signs of Mr. Sholmes here anywhere.
That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. I suppose we'll have to come back again later. Man, I could really go for, like, a cake or something right about now. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because she mentioned sweets, and I'm just like, you know what? That cake would go hard. Are we sure he's not here? Posing. Yeah, no, he's not here. Okay. Oh, rare blood sighting. I'm surprised they don't have a jar of leeches from the looks of this. I believe this is it. Dr. Side's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too.
Looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now. We may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Usato. Just have a little look around. Being careful not to upset any restless souls. FNAF 4 box! FNAF 4 box! Is Balloon Boy in there? Would I mind if you dropped me in a jar of leeches? Medicinal leeches or just regular leeches?
That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ugh, I was afraid you were gonna say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Oh, that's so sweet, in a way. Oh, poor Naruhodo.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead.
Hey, what's up, Dr. J. Bones? Oh, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers are very skilled, aren't they?
Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo?
Miss Susato, I'm terrified of skeletons. If he starts making xylophone noises, I'm gonna run out of here screaming.
Please. Can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? Come on, it's just a skeleton. People don't actually find skeletons scary, do they? Come on, it's a funny skeleton. He goes, boop, 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 boop. Like on his, rib cage. He goes, doop, 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 doop. Spooky, scary skeletons, There's nothing spooky or scary about skeletons. They're funny little guys. We all got one inside trying to rip its way out. That's not scary. It's how I cope. About a real skeleton? Well, if it's a real skeleton and there's no meat left, I can still be like, it's a funny little skeleton guy. Because, I'll make that disconnect in my head that it's just a little guy that could come to life at any minute and play his bones like a xylophone. Or maybe go, something like that. Oh, fuck. I lost my track of thought. I was going to look something up. But now I don't remember what it was. Never mind. I really wanted to, too. I completely lost the plot on that. I have no idea what I was going to search. Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh. There's a lot of, aphrodisiacs on here for some reason.
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipments and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. One big blow-up real-life sex doll of Gardevoir from Pokemon? What would that be for?
Well, I think it's in the name, Susato-san. I think it's in the name. Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
500? Jesus Christ. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too.
does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using them all for? They're building a little scalpel pyramid. They keep wanting to make it bigger and bigger and bigger. So they keep they have to buy more and more and more. You know. What are you doing? Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Well, you see, Mommy, Lord Strongheart told us, you see, breast milk, that it was you who examined the victim's body, Mr. Asmon's body, I mean.
So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation has revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. I have to play with my 500 scalpels. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, has disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion.
But that can't be right.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it can be carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene of the crime made that quite evident.
Ah! Fingerprints!
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they'll be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared up anything at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. I swear to God, if it's just like it got exploded and propelled upward like a, like a bullet, like I speculated initially, I'm gonna be really mad that they're keeping this a secret. It seems really obvious. But obviously no one saw it, like, flying through the sky until it was past the second balloon. Oh, she's got one of those masks. I love these Plague Doctor masks. Wait, this is not her. This is someone else. Her daughter, I guess? Who are you? Who is this? Oh, God. Oh, his character portrait. Oh, fuck. That's creepy.
Mama, what's this?
Where did she spring from? And did you just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear. Oh.
Hi. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes. I'm a defense lawyer, Mr. Nara.
Mama. Yes? Can I cut this one up?
I would prefer not. What?
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Keep your freak daughter away from me.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, so you can very well see. Boring.
I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse!
And let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Alright. Bye now. Are we actually done? So what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible.
Yes, you.
She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
Alright, let's bounce. Surely Sholmes is back in action. Or not. Maybe he's behind curtain number 1. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's gonna be terrifying, don't you?
The sign says it's Madame Tussible's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if we haven't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh. Oh. Poor Susato. Okay. Back home? No. To the legal consultancy? No. Okay. The Lord Chief Justice's office? No, alright. The President again? I mean, we can present him with the picture of him. No, we can't. No, we cannot. Oh, wait, that's a new hydrate. Sorry, I don't think I did that one. My bad. Gulp. Gullip? What's the time? Ooh, it's 7 o'clock. Ooh. Ooh, I've been going quite a while. Oh, dear. Well, let's find what we gotta do next, and then we'll leave it. Bum 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 ba bum bum ba dum. Bum 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 ba dum bum ba dum. Oh, right, wait. Miss Susato, can you help us? Yes, we need to investigate here more. Okay, gotcha. Let's look around, shall we? Let's look around.
What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed into the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. A man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis.
But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. A man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down on all of you.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. Yeah, we know. We know what you and Kazuma were doing.
Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such a close proximity with my own eyes.
You've really been looking forward to the Great Exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at this magnificent tower.
Oh, I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yeah, and that's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Harebrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Well, someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ugh, I'm a bad person. Yes, you are. I'm a bad person.
Oh, look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before.
I can't understand how they fly, and so high up as well.
Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles.
I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. So is, like, the height sphere just genetic?
I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world.
Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded.
I'm sure there are other ways to fly.
Maybe we're not done with Gina? About this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all.
Oh, the doggy! The doggy can smell the oil! Oh, I didn't even think about that.
I was just like, oh, she's an inspector. She'll be able to make something of this, I guess.
Doggy and oil smell. Go sniff.
It turns out that it's a very high-quality French machine oil. It's a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Well, let's have a whiff, then. Yeah, sure. I don't smell nothing.
No, we didn't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, right, you mean Toby. Oh, I mean Bodacious Tea.
His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Harebrained informs us that this oil is so unique to Dr. Drebber's workshop.
Bodacious Tea sniffers you, POV. I think he's picked up a scent.
So you mean if he follows the scent of the oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Cub's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we're hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
Oh, wait, when did you... Wants a pickpocket.
If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Right then, Odo, leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're gonna get after that dodgy engineer Cub right this minute. Yeah, but hang on, somebody's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Ah, right. Ah, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck, it'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson. Again.
Ready to Bodacious Tea? Got the oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope that scent of oil leads them to the swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Alright, there we go. So they're off. Now, Madame Tusples? No? No. Uh-huh. Okay. Nothing? Maybe we go up? And tell our boy? Oh, yes. I think. No. Oh, she actually took it. Oh, wait, we didn't actually look, did we? We only talked to him. We didn't actually look at the machine.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel grinders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
What they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all. Just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo, the metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? The floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred. The birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
Makes you think, doesn't it? If only I had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're gonna say in that say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you?
Oh no, I would never say something like that. That's stupid. And idiotic. And dumb. And only a dumb idiot would say that. A dumb idiot defense attorney.
You can stop now. This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made out of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. Despite having it been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. You're just gonna take that with you? There's a prosecutor sitting right over there. Are you gonna smuggle it in your pants?
Mr. Naruhodo, my Nepalese friend, what do you think you're doing? I highly doubt you're just happy to see me.
It's ridiculous.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Von Zeke's office.
I see. And if Kasama-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. We're gonna need to speak to him about that. Oh boy.
You're going to have to leave now. You tried to smuggle that big bird cage in your pants. Please leave. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they're to find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affair problems.
Well, we can do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato.
Of course.
Just taking this birdcage in my pants real quick. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down.
Susato, it's bodacious tea, actually.
Right. Gina and bodacious tea. Now then, do you think we ought to try speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yeah, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary wax exhibit. Okay, well, I kind of want to talk to Mr. Sholmes. I don't really want to leave this for tomorrow. I mean, we could go a little longer, maybe. I don't know. Just saying, we could go a little longer. Nothing's stopping me. You know, theoretically. Well, look here, Miss Susato.
Oh yes, the wood's cracked a little. I suppose it's because it fell from such a height?
Yeah, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down to the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead. leaving the man inside tragically died.
Nothing else to see? I didn't realize there was like actually like fair music in the background in this scene. Oh, well, there was a little bit. I definitely heard it. Here we are.
Here we are again, the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to this place yet. I'd still like to turn my heels and go home via the confectionery, of course.
Sada-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail.
Hold on, okay. I am gonna keep going. I'm just gonna quickly toss on my hoodie and socks again, because it's starting to get cold. It's not raining anymore here, so, you know, whenever the sun goes down, that's when I get to bundle up instead of, like, cry because of the humidity. Alright, I will be right back. It won't be long, so I'm not gonna put up... Oh, I should put up the BRB. Literally is one click. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll be, like, maybe 30 seconds. Okay, I'm back. I don't know if that was 30 seconds, but I'm all bundled up now. My feetsies were getting cold. Ow! Well, by this point, I mean, we should just go until we get to the next trial, and then we'll save that for tomorrow. You know, may as well. We're already here. We're in too deep. Alright, the BRB. Bonk.
Get comfy. All right. I'm ready to play some more Ace Attorney.
Aha!
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself.
Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He's a marvel.
You're in love with him?
My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties? Allures? Do not disturb, huh?
Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. Well...
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh, what are you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. Oh my goodness, Susie, you're back here again. The world-famous detective and great waxwork, the Herlock Sholmes.
Wow, since we've seen each other, he's added a "the" to his name. Very, very interesting.
Susaru-san? Susaru-san! My most humble apologies.
I thought I'd died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point.
As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved. We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume.
Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was an easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I'm yet to partake of any pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far for today, for the matter. Quite starving I am. Pardon my stomach's abilities to make itself known.
That stomach rumble echoed throughout the whole museum. How'd you manage to solve it so quickly?
Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh, yes, it's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing.
Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit was always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
The fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tusples at any cost. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all.
Poor Iris.
Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork?
Yes. It's a pretty important business. We're gonna start with that, actually. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was a murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed, and wherein lies the problem?
We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Sogi.
You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask, and apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the event. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless! I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake.
But not you, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, he tried. He tried. He tried to get away with it.
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
Please, Mr. Sholmes.
Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that's all I can say.
Come on, you're holding out. You're holding out on us. All right. We're in the process of trying to track someone down.
Oh,
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
a swindler and an engineer. Ah, quite the modern man.
He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge about stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas?
I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be able to, maybe in a better position to help. Fortunately for you, however, I presently have a little to occupy myself with and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber.
He's building suspense towards peak. I can't be mad at him.
Listen, Naruhodo, it's all for the play of the game. If I tell you the secrets to the mystery now, I mean, what fun would it be? Come on, I'm a great detective. We love mystery, we do. Yes, sure, I've solved it already, and maybe you are dying to know, but come on, it's fun. It's fun to pull your strings. Like a little puppeteer, I am.
The face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course.
Okay.
So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Oh. Hold on a moment, I know this guy. He's my bread baker. He bakes my bread.
Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, forgive me. Very interesting this, very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Perhaps we should eat pie. Have you heard of pie, my dear boy? Well, once I sat on a banana, and, well, that changed my life.
Well, what is it?
As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains.
Uh-oh. It's gonna be the professor, isn't it? The professor is Enoch Drebber. It's gonna be him. Oh. Yeah, the professor exhibit, is it?
Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings? That's a special one-time only price, you understand.
What?
The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone?
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it well worth it.
Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes?
Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or illness. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, I need to have pie. I can't come home empty-handed for Iris, you understand? I'll even let you have a slice. Sure, it'd be like maybe a bit more crust than filling, but you will still get a slice.
I can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits you behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
Don't cock tease me. When am I allowed to do the Zelda theme, huh? When can I do the chest opening theme? You keep talking. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Showham slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands. Or chip-loving inspectors. Why do you keep calling... Rianowski, I think you have some sort of admiration for Van Zeeks, calling him a demigod.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well on that list, I think.
The head is missing. Who is that now?
Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as I walked in here.
Miss Susato! Say we turn our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We've already paid the 5 shillings.
Oh, true. Zoinks! Actually, now that I'm looking a little closely, we've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of that great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Showham meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Oh wait, is that a waxwork? I thought it was a real person. Mr. Showham's heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Well, since we've already paid the 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato's son's voice tremble? Bit of column A, bit of column B.
This part of the exhibit is as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look!
Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Oh, it's him. Oh, this... Okay. So Anik Drebber dug up his corpse, or found his corpse, or... He's got something to do with it? Can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just...
Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Ugh!
What on earth? How can...
I don't believe it! A black monocle!
Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is...
Yeah. It's Anik Drebber. The color of his hair is different.
The color of his hair is different, but...
It's unmistakably him. I mean, yeah, he's probably old now. He's probably older. That was like 16 years ago. That whole thing happened. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes, this man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yeah, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in the exhibit?
And why does the convict behind him have no head?
The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it.
What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it?
Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head to the suit, as Madam would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ugh.
Do you know, though, something about this room is strange?
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't have ever happened, could it?
I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incident involving the professor 10 years ago.
Convoys.
I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh, the Hound of Baskervilles!
Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain. You understand? Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
A closed court? You mean that the professor's identity?
As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, where joins the rear of the prison where he'd been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts the very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat.
Nick Drebber. He saw it happen? So this is a waxwork model of Nick Drebber.
10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
Wait, if this event happened 10 years ago, and he was 20, then he's only 30 and his hair went white? It's like Zoidberg when he saw that horrific scene and he just grew hair and then the hair turned white.
It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Are you kidding me? That's not real. Is it real? Yes, it's shown in the photograph we have of him. His hair is completely white.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, the exhibit was created here at Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing there in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night?
Yeah, what was he up to?
The Professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into a complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. How old were you 10 years ago? 24. That's about how old Mr. Naruhodo is. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yeah, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since.
So Professor and the Reaper maybe same person?
It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think?
Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. Unless he is the convicted murderer and he swapped places with the real Enoch Drebber. Drebber's hair is unusually white. That really did happen overnight as a result of shock. Maybe there's a little, there's a little leeway with that theory. The change of the hair color? Hair randomly changing overnight? Mayhaps they did switch places. Perhaps he did come out of the grave, killed the real Mr. Drebber, buried him, and then off he popped in his costume. They would have to be quite similar looking, though, for it to be believable. I mean, his body definitely wouldn't be decomposed by then. It's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. That's the ongoing theory at the moment.
I see, so that's it. What? Have you worked something out? There is indeed one deduction to be made from this photograph, yes. Each time you show it to me, it will cost you 5 shillings. What? Otherwise, I have nothing to add. Wonderful. And nothing for me to take away, either. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor.
Yeah, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said. He killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork's so lifelike, isn't it? They got the models in this place.
I know. Looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only I had a head, that is. So this is the condemned man. Oh, wait. Was that Susato who said that? Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such a terrifying idea, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it?
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're just describing, isn't it?
Perhaps the thief absentmindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum.
That would be an extremely absent-minded thief. So we don't know the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Well, if the person who stole it was Henrik Drebber, maybe he stole it because he, you know, the victim looked like him. You know, Henrik Drebber or the professor, you know, maybe one of the same. Oh. Something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. Looks like a piece of broken glass. It's quite a big piece, too.
It's very thick, isn't it? It's about 5 times thicker than a normal window glazing, I'd say.
Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I suppose it might have just been made thick to increase its strength.
But why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example.
Yeah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? Some of the glass was broken, too. Oh, it's got to do with the thing.
You don't mean...
Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside the waxwork's jacket?
Someone involved with the case stole it. A certain Mr. Henrik Drebber, perhaps? Makes you think, doesn't it? Herm. Now we discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is that just a coincidence? Oh, it is somewhat translucent. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin.
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure.
Hey! Mr. Sholmes! What do you make of this? Mr. Sholmes, about this. As you will see, I'm rather busy at the moment. If it's advice you seek, come to my office tomorrow and I shall be happy to help you. Shall we say, threepence per item as a consultation fee?
That's 2 hours of gas, that is. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand, too, look.
Have we not done everything on this guy? What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so... I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera?
But it's so small.
British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man in the graveyard be at night? Why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film?
We'll just borrow this for a while, I think. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
This isn't the exact same camera, is it? What? Why would that be the case? If any sort of, like, deductions we made are true, why would he let them have it? What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. If we open the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
Okay. Let's have a look.
Never mind. Ah!
What the bleeding Otto? What have you gone and done?
Gina, what are you doing here?
Oh, I asked Iris and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, that's allowed in the museum.
Madam Tusples will have you in a position as a waxwork if you're not careful.
I think that might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun.
Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What'd you think? We found it. We found the Dodgy Cub's workshop.
What? You found Drebber's workshop?
Yep. Bodacious T's nose led us straight there. The boss and the others are heading over now, so, in a drag. So come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there.
Did you really have to shout at the top of your lungs when you found us?
You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. I can't go and investigate a cool new crime scene. I have to stay here as a waxwork statue. I have to be able to perform those delicious pies for Iris. I must be vigilant. Go, Naruto. Go. Leave me.
Hold on. Oh, look, the cover came open.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You just have to change the plate with a new photograph, with each new photograph you want to take. You see?
Is something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
Well, duh. If it was important evidence, of course it was removed. What a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time. Like, the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Yeah. Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. Shall we put it back, then?
What a wonder...
Blood? Why is there blood on the camera? Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on a second here. What?
Oh, it's gonna be Enoch Drebber's blood. And it's gonna be revealed that he was killed by the professor. The professor took his place. And that's why he has white hair.
What a wonderful machine.
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh, yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikotoba.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains.
Oh, yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually.
Oh my!
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking.
You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still.
What?
I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh, can't go looking for cool mysteries to solve.
Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself.
Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming.
Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary repents.
Forget that. I'll pay everything.
Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once.
No offer to share the cost from Mr. Shomes, then. No, of course not. You just said you'd cover the bill, bro. You just said you'd foot the bill. Ain't no way he's gonna... He's gonna...
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. All right. That's 4 hours. That's more than enough Ace Attorney for today. Okay, everybody. I know, all right. We could keep going, but we won't. We'll leave it here. We need enough for another stream. You know, if we're... actually, the day 2 trial is probably going to be pretty long anyway, but, yeah, I mean, that's roughly 8 hours of stream today. So, we're going to leave it there. Okay, if I keep going, I'm gonna have no time at all. I'll have to go, like, right to bed. So, we'll leave it here, and we'll be back tomorrow for more Ace Attorney. We finished Croc today, so if we do a second stream tomorrow, I don't know what it's gonna be. But definitely Ace Attorney. I'm very excited. So many crazy things are coming to light, especially this episode. Jeez. Alright, well, we'll see where it all leads tomorrow. Thank you, Kaiden, Big Boss, everybody for coming in. I'll see you later. Bye, everyone.
Love you. Bye-bye. Kisses.